After hanging out in the ballpark till the early morning hours today, the Mets have a lot to smile about right now. 10 wins in their last 16 games, including a dramatic 12-24 in the morning walk-off victory last night. They try and keep it going now against the first-place Diamondbacks. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tuesday Night Baseball is presented by Citi. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Keith Hernandez and Ron Darling join me in just a moment as the Mets play Game 2 of their 4-game series against the Diamondbacks. Last night, a lot of frustration for the Mets for nearly 5.5 hours, but in the end, they wound up victorious. The Mets left 20 runners on base against Arizona, but in the bottom of the 13th inning, down a run, Josh Sutton picked up his third hit of the game, his second straight 3-hit game. A double to get the Mets started, an intentional walk, a sacrifice, and another intentional walk later. Andrew Brown was there to play the hero on an 0-2 pitch. He lines a base hit to drive in the tying and winning runs, and the Mets walk off with a 5-4 victory. And notable about this game, and it really has been the case for 2.5, 3 weeks now with this team, the number of irregulars, guys who began the year in Las Vegas and are trying to prove their worth at the major league level, had a big hand in the win.
Well, they're getting their opportunity, and Josh Sutton right now is the one that's pretty stepped forward. He's starting now a 7-game hitting streak, hitting .444 over those 7 games. He got a big hit, not hurting you in the field, making all the plays in the field. Quintanilla, of course, is playing great shortstop. He got 3 hits last night. He had a bases-loaded line drive in the 11th that could have won the ball game right at the first baseman. Could have been a 4-hit night for him. Lagares in center field continues to flash the leather, and he gets his base hits. He's on a streak right now of 10 for his last 33. And then Andrew Brown, of course, who just came into the game in the middle of the game, got a sacrifice bunt down, and then gets the 0-2 double with the single with the bases loaded to win the ball game. So the little guys that are coming up, they're doing the job.
And the Mets continue to get quality starting pitching as well. Jeremy Hefner may only have 2 wins on the season, but the month of June, he was tremendous.
Well, I think Hefner's even sick of me talking about how great he has been in June, not getting a lot of wins. He's even been even better at home. He has the ERA under 3 and has not won a game at home all season long.
On the other side for Arizona, a pitcher who hasn't won a game in a month, but he's 9-0 on the year, Patrick Corbin.
That's right. The Diamondbacks haven't had a starting pitcher, went to June 5th, but his 7 no decisions, his ERA is just over 2, like it's been all season long. One of the best left-handers in the game. Todd Helton said the best slider he's ever seen.
Corbin from upstate New York near Syracuse will be making his second appearance here at Citi Field. It's the Mets and the Diamondbacks. Come on back. All the action coming your way tonight right here on SNY. proud sponsor of the New York Mets. By Bud Light Lime, summer is calling. By State Farm, today's State Farm agent of the day is Gil Walton of the Bronx. Contact Gil's office at gilwalton.net. By your Tri-State Cadillac dealer, visit CadillacTristate.com to search local offers and find a dealer near you. And by Geico. Get to Citi Field Thursday afternoon for your All-Star Gnome, presented by Pepsi. The first 25,000 fans attending the 110 game against the Diamondbacks will receive an All-Star Gnome. Get to Mets.com for tickets. Driver on the Majors, presented by Cadillac. The trading season has begun. Scott Feldman goes to the Orioles for Jake Arrieta, Pedro Strop, and others. The Cubs have traded their designated for assignment pitcher Carlos Marmol to the Dodgers for their designated for assignment pitcher Matt Guerrier. And Rick Porcello suspended 6 games for throwing at a hitter. And so it goes. David Wright tossing right into your living room.
He's upstaging everybody.
It's the Mets and the Diamondbacks. The officiants are here. So's the starting pitcher. First pitch coming right up. Last night chasing a triple by Omar Quintanilla. He is doing okay. He's got cuts on his face and his arms, but he's going to take today off. And so A.J. Pollock moves up to the leadoff spot. Jason Kubel gets a start in left field. Martin Prado, who didn't start last night, in his usual spot at third base for the Diamondbacks. Still in first place, but just 2 games over 500.
Well, you see the numbers on Heft, they're all good. The one thing about the runs he's given up, though, lots of unearned runs in his last 5 starts. 2-6 record, but that ERA much better than that.
And very critical is the Lexus Metropolitan defense. You got a pitcher in Hefner who puts the ball in the play, so we're really going to emphasize the Lexus defense and look at who's playing second base. Eric Young Jr. getting his first start at second base. Lagares, of course, back in center. And there's the guy that made almost one of the finest catches I've seen in a while.
See the bandage on his arm. He said it didn't sleep very well last night, but He has not been placed on the disabled list, and I think he should be ready in a day or two. A.J. Pollock will then lead it off. He was 1 for 5 last night, hitting at .258. And the first pitch of the night by Hefner is a fastball a little bit high for ball 1. Pollock, the Notre Dame grad, leading off. Aaron Hill behind him, then Paul Goldschmidt for the Diamondbacks in the opening inning. And Hefner throws a strike, 1-1. Jeremy's last start in Colorado gave up a couple of runs in the second inning, one of them unearned, and that's all he allowed in 6 innings of work. A no decision game for him. The game the Mets came back and won on a Marlon Byrd home run. That was that makeup game last Thursday at Coors Field. Hefner got through the month of June, 5 starts, only 1-1, but a 1.80 earned run average in those 5 starts.
Pitching more upstairs, the best I've seen young Hefner pitch in a Met uniform.
And the corollary to that, the pitching upstairs, as he throws the breaking ball out of the strike zone, is he's throwing harder now than he has at any time since he joined the Mets.
You know, Kevin did that nice report to Dan Worthen that told him to tuck that kind of right hip in and try to get a little more torque to throw to the plate. But both Hefner and G, their season turned around against the New York Yankees, and they started it by pitching inside.
Pollock lifts one to shallow center field. Lagares eases in, and that's the first out of the night. So 1 out and nobody on.
This is the simplest of motions you'll ever want. Glove right tucked at the midsection. Nice high leg kick in that right pocket. Well, left pocket, really, sorry. Tucked in, and that lead foot is not, he doesn't land on a real stiff front leg. It lands bent, and then he folds over it, gravity-wise.
Here's Aaron Hill, who had a very good night at the plate last night. 3 for 5, a double, an RBI. Was robbed of a base hit on a diving catch by Lagares. So Hill recently back from 2 months on the disabled list with a broken hand. Back is a big part of that Arizona order, and he pops it up. Playable for Recker in foul ground. And quickly there are 2 out. So Hefner has set down the first 2, and now he'll face Paul Goldschmidt, who delivered the keynote last night with a 2-run homer in the first inning. Mets did a great job against him after that. In fact, he wound up going 1 for 6 on the night and struck out 4 times. But the home run was his 20th of the year. And Hefner has had a home run issue in the first inning this year. He's given up 12 home runs. 4 of the 12 have come in the first inning of games.
What's interesting about Goldschmidt is that after the home run, Mets pitchers just stayed away with breaking stuff and fastballs. Let's see if he makes an adjustment.
4 strikeouts last night after the 2-run home run in his first at bat. Get the funny practice swing. And there's your RBI leader.
6 ahead of Alan Craig for the National League RBI lead in his second full season in the major league.
What a funny practice swing. It just, I don't know why you would want to take a practice swing like that. You're not going to use that swing.
All the hitting coaches in today's game will tell you that practice stroke is to stay inside the baseball.
Yeah,
I don't get it either, because you're not going to swing like that. So why recreate something that you're not going to do? But I bet you Don Baylor never did that.
And he got him. 3 fastballs. Hefner strikes out Goldschmidt to retire the side. Nice first inning for Jeremy Hefner. Mets will come to bat in the bottom of the first against Patrick Corbin with no score. Here's your Geico starting lineup tonight. A little different look tonight. Eric Young getting the start at second. Juan Lagares moves up into the 2 spot for the first time. Andrew Brown gets the spot start in left field. Anthony Recker behind the plate after John Buck caught all 13 innings last night. As the Mets go up against the unbeaten 23-year-old lefty Patrick Corbin.
Well, 9-0, and I tried to explain in the open that his 7 no decisions, he's been just as good. His ERA is 2.36. You see all the numbers, minuscule base on balls. His whip, 1 even, doesn't get any better than that, and almost averaging 7 innings per start.
Corbin was the National League Pitcher of the Month for the month of May. His last win came exactly a month ago. He's had 5 no decisions in a row since then. Eric Young leads off 2 for 5 last night, a double and an RBI. Hitting .327 in his 12 games as a Met, and another chance to bat right-handed as he takes a strike from Corbin. The Mets are facing a lefty starter for the 11th time in their last 15 games, which is extraordinary.
And the Mets are 2 games over 500 against the left-handers this year, 16-14.
Grounded past the third baseman Prado, but Gregorius fields it, throws out Young, 1 away.
We'll take a look at the Coors Light Diamondback defense. It's pretty outstanding right there. I never really put a lot of emphasis on errors, to be honest with you. I always felt infielders, I look for assists, particularly the corner infielders. It means you're getting to more balls. Errors are going to happen. The more chances you have because you have good range, the more chances you're going to have to make errors.
Here's Juan Lagares sitting second in the order. Only the second time that Terry Collins has put him in the top half of the batting order. He had 1 game he led off against Atlanta, and now hitting second for the first time. And he grounds one to the left side. This time Prado able to cut it off and gets Lagares 2 out. So Corbin with a couple of ground ball outs to start his night. Corbin is a sinker slider pitcher who gets ground balls and gets a lot of quick outs.
Well, he was part of that big trade way back in June 2010 with the Angels. The Angels acquired Danny Aaron, and Diamondbacks got 4 pitchers, and Corbin one of them. And boy, 23 years of age, you got to think that what a heck of a deal that was.
Also got Tyler Skaggs, who's going to come up from the minors to start for them this weekend. Corbin gets a lot of quick outs. Only Kyle Kendrick has gotten more 1-pitch outs this year in the major leagues than has Corbin.
70% first pitch strikes. That's tied for the best in major leagues.
It all goes together, right? If you throw first pitch strikes, then hitters have to be more ready to put the ball in play early.
So as a hitter, you'd want to attack early on this guy.
David Wright 2 for 5 last night, and he grounds one to the right side. And Aaron Hill makes the play. 3 batters, 6 pitches, 3 ground ball outs for Patrick Corbin. No score after 1. SNY Game Day on SNY.TV, featuring pitch-by-pitch coverage, player cards, and in-depth stats. Check out SNY Game Day during every Mets game. Now on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Well, Jeremy Hefner did not get off to a great start the first 2 months of the season. He had a couple of very rocky starts early, but started turning things around against the Yankees, and he has really kicked it in gear as we've moved through the middle of the season. Miguel Montero leads off for the Diamondbacks in the second. He caught all 12 of the 13 innings last night.
And he caught a big collar, too. 0 for 5 last night with a walk. He's pulling off the ball a little bit. He's a very dangerous hitter, and he's not hitting for the power this year. But he's a dead pull hitter. Likes to get the ball middle in, down, and he likes to lift.
You know, when I look at his helmet, I mentioned it last night, it almost looks like his helmet cracked and he put some black tape on it to keep it together, or I mean, I don't know, or it's added an extra maybe padding inside.
Ah.
You know, Jerry Cheevers used to put the stitches on his face mask to replicate what would have happened if he wasn't wearing a mask.
That, of course, Jerry Cheevers is the great Bruin goalie.
And the Cleveland Crusaders. WHA.
Right.
No relation to Ward Cleaver.
2-2 to Montero with Cody Ross and Jason Kubel to follow. I just wonder, is that tape on the helmet, does that make him out of uniform?
I don't know. Right? It's very curious.
Rolls over that one. It's still 2-2. Now Montero has been an important part of the Diamondbacks offense for half a dozen years now. They gave him an $80 million 5-year contract, but this year has certainly not been what they had hoped for Montero.
Why couldn't our parents have waited an extra 20 years, Ron? That's what.
Couldn't wait.
Some serious iron. 80 million.
You're making up for it now.
Yeah. Jeez.
We're watching the game still, and someone's sending a check. So
3-2 is driven to right, but Bird comes on quickly, dives and makes the catch. Great play by Marlon Bird for the first down.
Well, we saw this in the Harvey start. Remember, early in the game, Marlon plays shallow. He challenges hitters. He's very good at coming in on the baseball. He's also good at going back on the baseball.
This is a sinking line drive. Marlon knows he's got to get there quick. Nice play.
You know, when he started throwing runners out early in the season, and I think the biggest one was in Chicago in the Harvey game, I saw him after that, and he said, "You saw me in 05. You know I can throw." And look at Hefner applauding. Why not?
Yeah, but you also know it's 8 years later.
Yeah.
And Marlon is now 35, and he's playing every day, which I don't think anybody anticipated, but he is holding up awfully well.
Yeah, he's a strong guy. He's the first one always out every game to get loose.
Here's Cody Ross, who appeared to give the Diamondbacks a victory last night, a 13th inning home run against David Aardsma that put them up 4-3 before the Mets pulled it out in the bottom of the inning.
Good fastball inside, up, beat him.
Hefner for the year is averaging 90.7 on his fastball. The last few starts it's been more 92s and sometimes 93s. And the slider, did he hold? He went around, strike 3. Quinn Walcott, the rookie first base umpire, punches out Ross for the second out. Well, we saw Marlon Bird make a great play a moment ago. Last night, we saw some great hustle and athleticism in the outfield. Not always successful, but all out on both sides.
Well, this was really almost one of the best catches I've ever seen, and Parra had to leave the game, not in the game tonight. What an effort. But there's been just some all-out play out there in the outfield positions that we've seen so far in this series, this young series. You can see you got chin there a little bit. See that red mark on Parra's chin.
Here's Jason Kubel getting the start tonight in left field. Kubel came off the bench last night, went 1 for 2 after Parra was hurt.
You know, the days are gone because the game has changed of just sticking some lumberjack out there in the outfield. I mean, defense is so important. Pitching has become more important. And, you know, when you have outfielders like that, like the Mets have tonight, it's fun to watch.
And Kubel lines one to right. This one will fall in front of Bird for a base hit. So the first base runner for either side, a 2-out single for Jason Kubel. And now Martin Prado, who had the night off last night, came off the bench and went 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter. Prado, who was the centerpiece of the deal that the Diamondbacks made with the Braves, where they dealt away Justin Upton. They got more in that deal, but Prado, the most recognizable name, and that's put a lot of emphasis on his acquisition, and he has not had a very good year, hitting just .245 with a .295 on base percentage.
And he came into this year, all those years with the Braves, he came up in 06, a lifetime .295 hitter. You say that he's a little bit feeling the pressure with the trade, being the main guy in the trade for Justin Upton, and just hasn't really felt comfortable yet in Arizona.
He's the only Diamondback hitter in the lineup tonight who has faced Hefner before, Hefner's first start against Arizona. And it's driven to left center field. Lagares will chase this one all the way back to the warning track. On his way to third is Kubel. He's going to be held up by Matt Williams. And in at second base with the double is Prado. Interesting call by Williams with 2 outs. I know Kubel's not very fast, but you got the 8 and 9 hitters coming up.
Well, I think we emphasize the outfield defense. If this ball goes to the wall, Gary, forget about it. Look at Lagares, runs it down, and that prevents the run from scoring. And I think Kubel here was the correct call. I think Kubel, with the perfect throw into the relay, would have been dead to rights at home plate. So it's all about Lagares getting there and cutting that ball off.
Well, let's see how the Mets handle this. You got the 8-hitter Gregorius up with first base open, runners at second and third, and the Mets will walk him intentionally. And that, of course, is the problem with holding Kubel at third in that spot.
Well, Gregorius is hitting .324 against right-handers.
And the one tiny little advantage that the Diamondbacks have in this situation, that their best athlete that's a starting pitcher is Corbin.
Gregorius anticipating the intentional walk, took the elbow guard off, and he's holding it.
That's not wise.
I've never seen that before.
That's not wise.
Should throw him a strike now and never be able to swing the bat.
But I'm sure you get the one strike in and he'd get back to business.
He took the edict of fast play to heart. He's just trying to quicken up the game.
Is that what that is? So now Corbin, who is 5 for 36 at the plate, 2 RBIs. As Ronnie mentioned, he is a tremendous athlete. He was a great basketball player in high school up in Clay, New York, just outside Syracuse. So he can do 360 dunks. But I'm not sure that's going to help him at the plate.
I'm sure that they're going to have to write that in his next contract, too. No more 360 dunks.
Yeah, just ask Aaron Boone. Bases loaded, 2 out, and Hefner pours in the fastball for a strike.
He's got a mouthpiece, too, Keith.
I know this whole squad. I don't know. I don't get it. Maybe they're nervous and they grind their teeth. I don't know. But Corbin, if he's doing the 360s, he's only 6'2", so he's got some serious lead.
Yes, he does. Well, the Diamondbacks last night, we chronicled the Mets and their 20 runners left on base, but the Diamondbacks had trouble getting the big hit as well last night. Just 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Well, you just saw Kirk Gibson in the dugout there, and of course we talked about the intentional walk to John Buck last night with Matt Harvey in the on-deck circle, and Buck being the go-ahead run.
And Gibby, with the Arizona writers earlier this evening, said he made a mistake. Said that he should not have walked Buck, that it was the wrong thing to do. How many managers ever say that?
Not many.
Because if you get Buck out, who's struggling, there's 2 outs. Only the tying runs on base, even though it's in scoring position, but it's only the tying run, and then you got Harvey's got a hit. I just didn't understand that.
Ironically, in the '84 World Series, Gossage did not want to intentionally walk Kirk Gibson. home run. That was the difference in that series.
2-2 to Corbin with the bases loaded and 2 out. And he fouls it back. The Alliance folks looked up this season hitters who've been intentionally walked in a walk-off situation to put the winning run on base. There happened 4 other times this year to Matt Holliday, Albert Pujols, Dominic Brown, and Robinson Cano. It's a little different from walking John Buck. Sixth pitch of the bat coming to Corbin, and he fouls off another fastball. 93 from Hefner.
Buck Showalter in a Arizona Diamondback uniform that walked Barry Bonds with the bases loaded.
Everybody walked Barry Bonds back then.
That made it a 1-run game to get to Brent Maine, who had a searing line drive that was caught to end the game.
You see the defense in the outfield shading the opposite field, very shallow and left. Andrew Brown.
Strike 3 call. Hefner gets Corbin looking to get himself out of second inning trouble. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Hefner as the Diamondbacks strand 3. Ballpark Barbecue Thursday afternoon before the Mets host the Diamondbacks at 1:10 for just $59. Your ticket includes a t-shirt, a beer, and an all-you-can-eat barbecue before the game. Visit Mets.com/BBQ now for your tickets. Are we invited?
Invited. I love the barbecue. How about you, Keith?
I'm working. Oh, Jerry and I got the game. You're off.
Oh, that's right. You're not here.
You can drop $59.
Come up with it.
Can I have your t-shirt, though?
You want the cold one? Since I'm giving everything away.
Well, you get the all-you-can-eat.
That's right.
And you can put it away.
That's right.
Marlon Byrd leads off in the home second. Byrd 3 for 7 last night as he continues to hit. Byrd, then Josh Satin and Andrew Brown, 3 right-hand hitters up against Patrick Corbin as Terry Collins tried to stay away from left-hand hitters as much as possible.
And Byrd got that big double in the 9th inning that started that 1-out double that he wound up scoring to tie the ball game.
Remind me if I forget. We need to find out the percentage of first pitch swing outs. The first pitch that Marlon Byrd swings at in his first at bat of the game, because it's got to be tremendously high. He always just comes out raking,
which is very unusual these days. was unusual even when Keith played. Keith never swung first pitch for first at bat.
If there was ducks on the pond, he was swinging.
Well, no.
Not at the first at bat.
First at bat, I always like to get a look. Only when I was red hot, and only if it was an RBI situation. That was rare.
Josh Satin on deck. And Bird fouls back the high fastball. 94 from Corbin. Well, our track research staff has gone right to the book and found that Marlin swings 40% of the time on the first pitch. That's every bat,
all of his
right?
bats, yeah. All of his bats.
You want to break it down for that first at bat.
Nice
John
off
Buck getting
day.
the night off tonight. So is Daniel Murphy.
Well, Murph took a little 1 for 7 last night. Marlin goes down swinging, and Buck caught all those 13 innings. So it's a good night.
Good change up there from Corbin. If you are an Arizona Diamondback fan, there's only one person you want starting the All-Star game. That's Patrick Corbin. If you're a New York Mets fan, it's Matt Harvey. If you're a baseball fan around the country, I think you might be pulling more for Matt Harvey.
Here's Josh Satin with 1 out. Satin has had back-to-back 3-hit games. Scored the tying run last night after doubling with 1 out in the 13th. Also drove in the tying run in the 9th inning with a base hit. He is having some run right now.
He's really swinging the bat well. We said 7-game hitting streak, 444 over that streak. On bases 12 consecutive games. He's got a good eye at the plate. Gets 2 strikes. He's a tough out.
Now, as we mentioned, the Mets are facing 11 left-hand starters in a 15-game span, which is very unusual. That's going to end starting tomorrow. So the question is Satin going to continue to play? And is Ike Davis going to continue to be a Las Vegas 51?
Tough night last night for Ike. 0 for 5 with 3 punch-outs.
Satin takes the slider 2-2.
See right there, that's a tough pitch to lay off. And as Ronnie mentioned earlier, Todd Helton says that's the best slider from a left-hander he's ever faced. That's high praise, and he took that pitch with great balance, 1-2 count.
Terry Collins said something very interesting today about Satin from the perspective of what happens down the road. Satin's got a lot of hand movement before the pitch, and Terry said Satin does a great job when he gets 4 at bats, but maybe wouldn't be as effective as a bench player because of all that movement. You buy that? Popped up into shallow right field. On comes Cody Ross to call, and Satin retired 2 out.
Well, when there's a lot of extra motion, Gary, in your take back, everything's got to be in sync. And when you don't play every day, it's hard to maintain that rhythm. Watch his hands drop. That's what you call a hitch. Willie Mays had a bigger hitch.
Well, right when he puts the swing on the ball, the hands are in a beautiful position. I think Terry was mentioning that when he plays every day, he gets all that movement done before he's about to swing at the baseball.
Here's Andrew Brown, who delivered the game-winning hit last night in a fashion rarely done.
Dave Hudgens, hitting coach right there, taking notes.
When Brown came to bat last night, the Mets were behind. He had 2 strikes and 2 outs. The last time that a player delivered a walk-off hit in that fashion was 2008.
It's hard to believe.
And the last time the Mets had a walk-off hit that brought them from behind to win that late in a game was 1963.
That's
Tim Harkness at a grand slam at the Polo Grounds against the Cubs.
That's amazing.
So it was kind of one for the ages last night for Andrew Brown, his first ever walk-off hit. Takes one the other way, and he has the Mets' first hit of this game as well. So he had the last hit last night and the first hit tonight.
Well, 2-1 count here. You got a sinker ball. Sinker baller. Go with the pitch. Fastball away. Beautifully done.
Well, the motion's pretty easy, but he closes up almost Andy Pettitte style, doesn't he? Would be surprising that he watched Andy Pettitte when he was a kid.
Doesn't have that shoulder lift. That front shoulder does not lift.
Lands on that stiff front leg that generates 94 to 95.
So a 2-out base runner, Brown aboard, and Anthony Recker the batter. Takes a fastball for a strike. Recker was the last position player in the game for the Mets last night.
It was just a very nice win for the Mets. How many men did they leave on base last night here? Was it 21?
20. Off the end of the bat to right field, and Ross is there, and that retires the side. A base hit and one left. 2 in the books now at Citi Field. Mets and Diamondbacks, no score. Special surgery. You can listen to all Mets games on Sports Radio 66 and Sports Radio 101.9 FM WFAN. Night game tomorrow, day game on July 4th, and the Mets head off for Milwaukee, San Francisco, and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, the home of the best team in the major leagues.
51-30.
9 straight wins. That'll take the Mets up to the All-Star break. Mets will reach the statistical halfway point of their season with tomorrow's game, their 81st. But the traditional midway point is when you reach the All-Star break. A.J. Pollock grounds one to right. The quick throw to get the speedy Pollock. 1 pitch and 1 out for Hefner in the 3rd. Well, it is the most competitive division in the major leagues. The Pirates with the best record in the National League. The Cardinals with the 2nd best record in the National League. And the Reds, although they have stumbled lately, still right there at 11 games over 500.
It's tough when you stumble and your team on top is 9-1 their last 10 games.
But if the season ended today, all 3 of those teams would be in the postseason.
Pirates are facing the Fightin' Phils tonight.
Aaron Hill fouled out to the catcher his first time up. And takes the curveball for a strike from Hefner. And Jeremy looking very sharp in the early going. Survived 2nd inning trouble when he gave up a couple of 2-out hits.
Pitching inside too, Ron. You know,
0-2 pitch inside for purpose. Outstanding.
Old Goldschmidt waiting on deck. And Hill taps one to the right side. Eric Young slides over to get it. Young making his first start at second base in 2 years.
He did come off the bench a couple of times, move over in late game situations to play second base earlier and looked good turning a double play, and so Terry Collins felt comfortable putting him there. Well, it's a day ending in Y, so why wouldn't there be rain?
Well, I mean, have you done any reports? When you go home and get your nautical maps out, and when you figure this out,
it's dicey right now.
Is that a meteorological term?
Oh, we need this thing to go north.
Goldschmidt struck out on 3 pitches his first time, and he hits this one in the air to right. And Bird is there. And that retires the side. Easy inning for Jeremy Hefner. He sets the side down on just 6 pitches. No score in the middle of the third. Citi credit and debit card holders enjoy savings and benefits at Citi Field. Learn more at Mets.com/Citi Tuesdays. You can see the rain coming down on the camera lens. It's starting to rain a little bit harder, and some of the folks in the seats are moving for cover, but not hard enough to even think about stopping the game. Mets know plenty about rain, snow, and cold because, well, that's been their season since day 1 this year. 6 postponements, a suspended game, double headers, 35 degree, 28 degrees. It's been an incredible first half of the season weather-wise. Omar Quintanilla had 3 more hits last night and also an intentional walk right before Andrew Brown's game-winning hit in the 13th inning.
And as we mentioned in the open with the 3 for 5 that he had yesterday, it could have very easily been a 4 for 5. He hit a bullet with the bases loaded in the 11th to end the inning right at Paul Goldschmidt at first base.
Corbin behind 2-0 and a check swing tapper. Corbin off the mound and makes the play, 1 out.
Well, you saw Corbin jump off that mound. He's an athlete. Cat.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Hefner is still looking for that elusive first hit of the season. He's gone 0 for 21 with 13 strikeouts. Well, that's a great number, isn't it? He's 9-0. The team is 15-1 when he takes the mound.
I mean, you want to be selfish, so you want to get the wins when your team pitches, but the ultimate for a starting pitcher is that at the end of the day, when you jump in the shower, your team has won, and that's what it's all about.
And Hefner out on strike. Second strikeout for Corbin. 2 out and nobody on. So back to the top of the batting order for Eric Young, who grounded out his first time up. So Detroit's playing in Toronto. The Blue Jays got 4 in the bottom of the first. Tigers have 6 in the second. Cabrera 3-run homer.
No.
His 26th. He's going to catch Chris Davis, you know.
He has a chance.
Triple crown.
He has a chance, if he continues the way he's going, to have 100 RBI by the All-Star break. Is that what, 84, 85, something like that?
Hank Greenberg once had 103 RBIs before the All-Star break and did not make the All-Star team. Fastball strike 0-1. We can talk about that with Ralph when we see him on Thursday. Of course, Ralph Kiner and Hank Greenberg were the closest of friends. Grounded just foul, and it's 0-2.
This kid Corbin tries to go through you like soft butter, doesn't he? I mean, working quick, pounding the strike zone. He wants to get you in and out of there in 3 pitches.
He made his second big league start here last year. The Mets hit him pretty hard. He lasted just 3 1/3 in that game, gave up 4 runs and 5 hits. But turned in a good half a season or so for the Diamondbacks last year. Made 17 starts and has really hit the ground running in his second big league season. Just 23 years old. And the slider misses 1 and 2.
Looks to me like a young aspiring Cliff Lee, the way he works quickly, throws strikes. Cliff Lee with the curveball, Corbin with the slider. There's Charles Nagy, the pitching coach.
1-2 to Young. Another breaking ball, and he misses 2 and 2. Juan Lagares would be next. Slashed on the ground right at the second baseman Hill, and that retires the side. Mets are out 1-2-3 in the bottom of the third. On to the fourth we go with no score. Score last night, 5 hours and 13 minutes. Plenty of time to talk about some managerial decisions, and the postmortem continues into today. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Well, I guess technically, Gary, this falls into the Matt Harvey 24-hour rule for manager Kirk Gibson, because had to answer a lot of questions last night about his moves, specifically walking John Buck. asked about it again today in his pregame session with the media, and he said, I don't want to get into it too much again, but yeah, it was a bad decision. I woke up and I thought about it, replayed the whole inning in my head, and I beat myself up about 1,000 different ways about it this morning. And he said, oh, don't worry, that was the only thing last night. How about on Josh Satton's hit? You know, just before that ball was hit, I take Cody Ross and I move him over a couple steps towards the line. So I beat myself up over that all morning. Hopefully, I've made a couple good decisions this year anyway. So we had a little fun with it this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, guys.
Well, there were so many things to digest in that inning. Obviously, the walk to Buck was one of them, but then also Terry Collins' decision to have Matt Harvey bunt was very much in question. It worked out for him, certainly. And Satin plays the ground ball and flips to Hefner, and Montero retired one away.
You know, I thought that Harvey should bunt and you should have a hitter have one shot to drive the runners in. But I heard an explanation from Terry that I had not thought of. I had never heard before, and that was first and second. He didn't want Harvey, who had sat for 5 hours, to, if he had hit a ground ball, to try to beat it out to hurt a hamstring. I had never heard that before. That thought had crossed his mind.
I came out on the side. I didn't like him bunting, but I had time to think about it overnight. I guess we all had a lot. Well, not a whole lot of time to think about it overnight. It was so late, but really, you've got a chance to bunt the go-ahead, the winning run into scoring position, even though you only got one crack. That's what you pay the other hitters for, the hitters. So that was really a gift, I felt, from Kirk Gibson when he walked Quintanilla, gave Terry the option to get both runners one base hit away from winning a ball game, and it happened.
Well, in case you missed the inning last night, it was a one-out double by Satin that got it started, and then Buck was up. The Mets were out of bench players, and behind Buck was the pitcher's spot, and so Matt Harvey was on deck to pinch hit, and so that's when Gibson walked Buck. Harvey bunted the runners to second and third, and then Gibson had another decision to make, whether to pitch to Quintanilla or to Brown. And you know, I think, Keith, you and I thought for different reasons that maybe he would have been better off pitching to Quintanilla rather than Brown.
Well, Colemanter is a high ball pitcher, and Quintanilla is a low ball hitter, and Andrew Brown's a high ball hitter, even though it was a lefty setup, a righty lefty to walk. The strike three right there called on Cody Ross. So a lot went on, but I think the ultimate mistake, I feel, was Kirk Gibson with the intentional pass, because you had no one left on the bench. It had to be Harvey to hit. If you've got Buck, who has been struggling, almost hitting below 200, 0 for 4 on the night. You get him out. There's 2 outs.
And Harvey's
you get a pitcher up. Come on, and then you get him out. You win the ball game.
Jason Kubel, and he takes outside for ball 1.
Lost a little bit in the game last night. I'm going to put my advanced scout hat on. Is the inability of Goldschmidt to start a double play, or at least get the lead runner at second base earlier in the game, and also later in the game on the Harvey bunt. He was very aggressive and charged and had an easy play at third base and chose not to go and make the throw to third base. So as an advanced scout hat on right now, I'm saying to myself, Mr. Goldschmidt might be one of those first basemen who doesn't like to throw the ball around the infield.
It's all the defense is so underscored in this game. It's just the little things that beat you. They may not wind up in the game story the next day in the paper. It could happen in the 5th inning. It could happen in the 3rd inning. When you get beat by 1 run, you can look back on the game. You made a mistake in the 5th that cost a run ball. There you go. Cost you a ball game. All the runs count in the end.
3-2 to Kubel with 2 out and nobody on. Well, you know, it's part of what makes baseball fascinating, that we can sit here and talk about the intricate detail of what 2 managers decided to do in a situation after midnight last night in a 5-hour game, as Kubel draws a 2-out walk. First unintentional walk given up by Hefner. He issued an intentional walk in the 2nd inning.
As players get fatigued, sometimes the brains of managers get fatigued, right, over the course of all the moves that they make over the course of 5+ hours.
Well, and you get into those long games and you're forced to make decisions that you're not normally making, because you're dealing with situations where one team is out of bench players or another team is out of relief pitchers. Here's Prado, who doubled to left center his first time up. to that end, the Mets have made a player move today. They called up an extra pitcher, Gonzalez Herman, who is in the bullpen and available tonight, and they sent down a bench player, Zach Lutz. So the Mets have an extra reliever and only 4 bench players tonight. There's a lot of intrigue before the game today as to what move the Mets would make to make room for Herman. And there was a lot of speculation that maybe Sean Markham would have to go on the disabled list. Remember all the troubles that he appeared to be displaying last night, stretching and touching his shoulder and his neck, but the decision was not made. And in fact, Markham after the game last night said there was nothing wrong with him, which is really was kind of belied by what we saw. But in any event, properly, he's not letting on that anything's wrong. Taken outside by Prado, 2-1. Didi Gregorius would be next. Scoreless game in the 4th. Jeremy Hefner has allowed just 2 hits.
You know, as a manager, when you think about it, your job is to put people in the right places so that they can thrive. So Kirk Gibson was stuck in a place. You were talking about, Gary, making decisions you don't usually make. On Sunday, Cole Mentor threw 32 pitches, and on his 25th pitch last night, he made a mistake on 0-2. That's probably something he doesn't make if he hadn't been worked that way.
Prado hits one to center field, and Lagares eases back. And that retires the side. A walk in, 1 left. 4 scoreless for Jeremy Hefner. No score at Citi Field. Diamondbacks, plus heated debate on all the latest news surrounding the NBA free agent market on Loudmouths, presented by Caesars Atlantic City, now at a new time, tomorrow at 5:30, only on SNY. Juan Lagares leads off in the home 4th inning. Lagares hitting 2nd in the order tonight, grounded out his first time up. David Wright on deck, Marlon Byrd behind him. And that was rolled over to Gregorius at shortstop, so Corbin continues to get the ground balls. And 7 of them already among his first 10 outs.
Only 2 fly ball outs and 2 strikeouts.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Wright, who grounded out to second base his first time up. David started the night 4th in the National League in on base percentage, 9th in the league in slugging percentage. And parenthetically, has expanded his lead in the All-Star balloting at third base.
Where's he at now? Plus what?
Couldn't exactly tell you, but he's doing well.
Oh, good.
As the campaign continues. Ball and a strike to David with Marlon Byrd on deck.
I needed that campaign my senior year in high school.
What were we running for?
President of the class.
And
Really?
What happened?
Lost.
David muscles one out to center, and Pollock is there, 2 out.
Got routed.
Did you have to make a speech in front of the
Whole thing.
In front of the student body?
I did it all and just got routed.
Who were you running against?
By a friend of mine who now is the president of the school. The president of the school.
So it was a foreshadowing of what was. No,
they picked the right man. They picked the right man.
My brother ran for office in the student body in our school. Had to make a speech. I was so embarrassed. At the lunch break in the cafeteria with the whole student body there.
You were embarrassed, or he was embarrassed?
I was embarrassed.
Marlon Byrd drops one to left, and Kubal's there.
I could never get up in front of that age and speak in front of the student body. I've been terrified.
6-pitch inning for Patrick Corbin as he and Hefner roll along. No score going to the 5th. History. 50 years ago today, one of the greatest pitchers' duels of all time at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. 42-year-old Warren Spahn against 25-year-old Juan Marichal. In the bottom of the 16th inning, Willie Mays hit a home run for the only run of the game. 42-year-old Warren Spahn threw 201 pitches, and 25-year-old Juan Marichal threw 227 pitches. Didier Gregorius fouls one off his foot.
Marichal was done after that year, right?
Yeah, his career really came crashing down.
That was actually Juan was 23, and that was his first 20-game season on his way. He had thrown a no-hitter against the Houston Colt 45s that season. Del Crandall had the comment that the writers would come after Spahn turned in his 30s, in his mid-30s, and the writers would come and say, "Can you have a year like you had last year?" Because Spahny won 20 every year. And Spahn would say in spring training, "Why not? It's only 5 months. I'm only 5 months older than the last game of the season."
That year, 1963, Spahn had his 13th 20-win season at age 42.
And that was Marichal's first, on his way to his first 20-game season.
And before that season, the umpires had looked at the rule book and had decided that the strike zone was going to go back to where it originally had been set.
Gregorius hits one deep to right center. Bird easing back, has room, and at the edge of the warning track makes the grab. One away.
That it was going to be from the knees to underneath the armpits.
The letters.
No, underneath the armpits.
Higher than the letters.
Higher than the letters.
Why not? It's a strike. That ball on your armpits, nice to hit.
Well, 1963.
Maybe not off Marichal.
The Dodgers swept the Yankees in the World Series. Koufax, Drysdale. Corbin lifts one to center, and Lagares is there. 2 out. And the Dodgers won it all that year without scoring a whole lot of runs.
Nope, they didn't. That was, I saw those teams, and it was Wills leading off, stealing second. Junior Gilliam hitting second. With Bunham to third. Tommy Davis first inning. Have a run. We won nothing. With Koufax out there, that was Drysdale. Usually that was enough.
There were over 1,000 less hits in the National League from the year before because of that new strike zone.
Maybe they could have eased it up a little before the 16th in that game.
That's right. That was Koufax's, I think, greatest season. He had a great year that year, and he missed 4 starts, or 3 starts, excuse me, early in the season. And he still wound up going out 36.
25 and 5.
Oh, he had a great year. Wow. Johnny Padres was still pitching for that team.
1-1 to Pollock, and he takes the curveball outside. 2-1. Jeremy Hefner's allowed just 2 hits. They both came in the second inning. Kubel singled, Prado doubled, both with 2 out. After an intentional walk, he struck out the pitcher Corbin, and he's not allowed another hit since. 2-2 now to Pollock. The Diamondbacks still in first place in the National League West, but just 2 games over 500. They've lost 4 in a row in 7 of their last 8. In what has become baseball's tightest division. 2-2, and the curveball, strike 3 call. Hefner gets Pollock looking for his 4th strikeout. 5 scoreless innings for Hefner. We're halfway through with no score. Game. The Mets have had only 1 base runner, a 2-out single by Andrew Brown in the second. It'll be Satin, then Brown and Anthony Recker in the bottom of the 5th against Patrick Corbin, who's been right on top of his game, trying to keep his unbeaten mark intact. Corbin came in with the 4th best ERA in the league at 2.22. And Satin takes a strike. Josh flied out to right his first time up.
Nice on base percentage. 500 for Josh.
Well, he doesn't go out of the strike zone very often.
And he's a tough 2-strike hitter. That's what's impressed me most. You don't see a lot of good 2-strike hitters.
2-1 from Corbin. And he dents the corner with the changeup. 2-2.
Behind the count.
First changeup I've seen that he slowed his motion down, but he was just trying to throw a changeup for a strike with a hitter count. 2-1.
Strike 3 called. Picked off the inside corner with a fastball. 3rd strikeout for Corbin. He's now retired 8 in a row. Tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Well, we talked about it last night. The Diamondbacks coaching staff has accomplished a big league coaching staff as there is in baseball, led by their manager Kirk Gibson. For more, let's check in with Kevin.
It's loaded, Gary, no doubt about that. Couple of MVPs, World Series MVP, Kirk Gibson, Don Baylor, Alan Trammell, Matt Williams, Steve Sachs. It's pretty impressive, the credentials of the guys on this staff in Arizona. And I took a pulse of the clubhouse today and said, you know, what's it like to play against these guys? Cody Ross was sitting in front of his locker when I asked him, and he looked up at me, raised his head slowly and said, you know, I've actually sometimes sat here and thought about that they could actually shoot up and probably beat us right now. That's what it's like. He said, you know what's cool? They all are so super intense. They all take their physical fitness very, very seriously. They all take it all very, very seriously, but it sets a great tone in here. But that being said, they all understand what it's all about. You know, Ross was on a Detroit Tigers team that in 2003, if I recall correctly, lost 119 games, where Trammell was the manager. Gibson was his aide, and he said, you know, I was really excited to be on that staff with them. I was just so juiced to be a part of it, and it's neat to see how they've grown, how they've gotten better as Brown puts a charge into one. And that's going to be hauled in center field. So Brown hit it well. But out there is Pollock, who makes the catch. You know, you look at Paul Goldschmidt, I asked him the same question, and this is a guy that was in spring training in 2011 before he even reached AA. He said, yeah, it was really cool. But the thing that I really appreciated about it is their communication with everyone, with me, with non-roster invitees was tremendous. You know, they told me different perspectives about different things that I never thought of. And then later that year, Goldschmidt was called up in August. He had a real good postseason, too. He said the beauty of that was when I got called up, I felt completely comfortable because of how they handled me and how they treated me that spring. Guys?
Well, there have certainly been plenty of successful managers and coaches who've never played at the big league level. But the Diamondbacks have as accomplished a staff as I think I've ever seen. And the question is, does that translate into greater success for a team or not? Good change up by Corbin, 1-1 to Recker.
It's all about communication. It doesn't matter, what kind of player you were. You've got to be able to translate that and communicate those kinds of ideas to your players. If you can't communicate, it doesn't matter what back your baseball card looks like.
But Keith, are you more likely to listen to somebody who has, won an MVP, won a batting title, hit 300, 400 home runs than you are to somebody who's never accomplished that at the big league level?
Well, you're certainly going to listen to the guys that have played.
Recker drives one to deep left field. Back goes Kubel to the warning track at the wall. It's out of here! Anthony Recker puts the Mets in front with his 3rd home run of the season. Recker breaks the ice, and it's 1-0 New York. Well, he's given up a home run on this homestand, and now he's hit one. And Recker puts the Mets and Jeremy Hefner in front.
Well, in the open, we mentioned the guys from the unsung heroes, the bench, have been doing the job. And certainly here's Recker right here. Doesn't get a lot of playing time. The way this game's going, that could be the difference.
Now Quintanilla hits one toward left center, and over comes Kubel to get it, and that retires the side. But Anthony Recker's home run puts the Mets on top. Pitchers duel tonight between Hefner and Corbin. First blemish. Recker's third home run of the year, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead after 5. Patrick Corbin and Jeremy Hefner matched zeros until Anthony Recker's home run with 2 out in the bottom of the 5th, which made this an official game.
Yes.
And almost as soon as he hit the home run, the rain got a little bit harder, and more of the fans scurrying for cover as Tim Welke, the second base umpire and crew chief, says play on. Aaron Hill leads off the 6th inning against Hefner, now staked to the lead. Hill is 0 for 2. He's popped out to the catcher and grounded out to second base.
Just had some lightning also.
Hill had a big night with the bat last night with 3 hits and hit the ball hard all night long. Grounds that one off the front of the dugout, and it's 1-1. What does your radar tell you, Keith? Good news or bad news?
The heavy stuff is to the east of us, believe it or not. I'm very hopeful, Gary, that it pushes east, and it's a thin little band that will get the heck out of here.
How far east? Like right field or Bayside?
Let's just say right now it's in Asbury Park. It's pouring.
Well, that's a long way southwest of us.
That can be Thunder Road.
What's it doing in Staten Island right now?
It's raining in Staten Island. Probably like it is here.
Here's the 1-2, and Hill hits it out to right center. Over comes Bird. 1 away. So Hefner's retired 11 of the last 12 batters. There are your City probables for the remainder of this series. Matt Harvey goes again for his 8th win tomorrow night against the former Brave Randall Delgado. Then Thursday afternoon, Dylan G against Ian Kennedy in the final game of the homestand. Here's Paul Goldschmidt, who has struck out and flied to right. So he's 0 for 7 since his first inning home run last night with 5 strikeouts. And that's ripped and caught by David Wright. A step and a dive for the second out.
And you very rarely see Dave hug the line here early in the ball game or middle of a game. Nice play. That's why they call it the hot corner. It's just pure reaction right in the webbing of the glove. Very nice. This ball's roped.
We were talking the other day about David's setup defensively and how he likes to get low, and he said that he can make that quick move better if he's lower down rather than more upright, where he might have more range to his left.
And we just had the Nationals here, just the opposite with Ryan Zimmerman, who stands more upright. And you've got to, when you're playing the hot corner over there at third base and you're playing in a lot, you're going to get a lot of bullets hit at you. You want to be able to make that quick first step, left or right laterally.
Montero takes a rip, a pitch in on him, and it's 1-1.
The sprinters ran faster standing up straight. They wouldn't get in the blocks, right? I mean, it's good to get down and use your legs.
That's where your explosion is.
There you go.
Montero lined to right. Bird made a brilliant catch on him, and then he grounded out his second time up. And the breaking ball misses away. 2 balls and a strike.
There's David getting in his set position. I love this 2-box. Another genius idea from our director, Bill Webb.
Fly ball left center. And Lagares taking charge. Now the wind blowing in, and it blows away from him. Montero heading for second, and he slides in safely. I'm not sure if he lost it in the rain or a gust of wind carried it. The wind is starting to blow the rain around, and Lagares was not in the right spot.
Well, you've got to make this catch. This is not exactly Candlestick Park. That's kind of something you would see at Candlestick.
But unless you're out there, I mean, it's raining as hard as it can rain right now. Didn't even get any leather on it. Maybe a touch.
Scored a double for Montero, so a bad break for Hefner. Now the tying run at second with 2 out for Cody Ross, who's been up twice and struck out both times, swinging in the second, looking in the fourth. And the changeup sits high for ball 1.
Boy, when you're a defensive player, you're out there and you've made an error, and you just sit there and go, gosh, I just hope it doesn't cost a run.
Yeah.
Do you want the next one hit to you?
Sure, you better. If you don't, Garrett, then you got to go buy a big dog.
Why is that?
Because it's got to have coverage. You got protection.
If you're scared, get a dog.
Right.
Okay.
Now I get it.
Like your dog, Garrett.
My dog's a sweetheart. She's big. She'll only scare you if you don't know her. Here's the 1-1, and Ross drives it to right. Bird is there, and that retires the side. So a sigh of relief for Hefner after that wind-blown double. It costs him nothing. 1-0 Mets in the 6th. No move to cover the field, so we'll play on as we go to the bottom of the 6th in the rain. The Mets with a 1-0 lead.
It's not as bad as it was 5 minutes ago. It's a good sign. Starting pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks should have no problems. Being raised in Syracuse, he's pitched in bad weather.
Jeremy Hefner swings and misses, 0-1. Well, Corbin is a strike thrower. You know, when you live in a bad weather place growing up, you know, you're pitching when it's 35 degrees in late March, pitching in the snow. You got to throw strikes and work fast, otherwise no one will want to play with you.
They freeze.
Hefner 0 for 22 on the season. And takes a good hack, but it's 1-2. Well, Corbin gave up the home run to Anthony Recker in the 5th inning for the game's only run. Now finds himself on the short end. And he strikes out Hefner with a breaking ball. 4 strikeouts for Corbin. 1 out in the 6th. Now Eric Young has been up twice and grounded out both times. Only 58 pitches for Corbin with 1 out in the 6th inning. Hefner has also worked to a relatively low pitch count. So both these guys could be around for a while if the rain allows them. And Young fouls one away. Hardest part about playing in the rain, Keith?
The raindrops spilling over the bill of your cap and your grip. It was always something when I put my hands on the bat, I had pine tar, that even if I got knocked down, I wouldn't put my hands down into the wet dirt. I would hold on to the bat.
Prado gets Young by a stride, 2 out. Your AT&T trivia question for tonight. Steve Sachs, 1982 Rookie of the Year. Hey, we gave this away last night, so if you were tuned in, you probably know the answer. Who were the other 3 Dodgers to win it consecutively from 1979 to 1982?
I always think the first one is the toughest one, for me anyway.
Here's Juan Lagares, who's grounded out to the left side both at bats, and he takes a strike.
I think it's because I associate that Rookie of the Year, of course, with a different team.
Now you've confused everybody.
Even myself.
David Wright would be next. Corners in against Lagares. And Corbin works him inside. 2 balls and a strike. Driven down the right field line, slicing toward the corner. That's an extra base hit for Juan Lagares. Digging for second as Ross digs it out, and Lagares is going to try for 3. The throw by Hill, and he is out. Lagares makes the 3rd out of the inning at third base. Running on a wet track. Ross to Hill, and Prado with the tag, and Lagares is gunned down to end the inning. Hill threw it high, but Prado was there to make the tag. Close play. Lagares out. Is the next hitter.
Well, you never want to run to get thrown out with 2 outs, and that's a young mistake right there.
Jason Kubel leads off the 7th inning in a 1-0 game.
You see Lagares there. He pointed to the sky to Andrew Brown and said the wind is blowing it towards right field, because he made the mistake on that, but he said it still is. He was letting his other outfielder know.
Well, meanwhile, it is still raining, and now he's starting to get some shiny spots on the infield, and this is usually where the umpires start to think about covering the field.
Well, Lagares really shows some really good speed here. Keep an eye on Tuff and see what Tuff does over to third base coaching. He's waving him on, so he looked and got it from Tuff.
He did take a glance. We saw as he came around second base. He looked at his third base coach and followed his instructions, but you have to wonder about the wisdom of that with 2 out and David Wright on deck.
Well, I'm not going to blame Lagares now. I mean, he picked up his coach. Coach waved him on.
Well, Tuffle has had a terrific year coaching at third, his best year yet, by being aggressive, but maybe a little overly aggressive.
Well, I
there.
saw him go into the dugout. We had him on in between innings, and he said, "My bad, my bad." So it happens.
2-2 to Kubel. Hit to the left side. Wright's the only guy on the left side, and he handles it. 1 out. First time Kubel's been retired tonight. Hefner's retired the leadoff hitter now in 7 consecutive innings.
Mr. Hefner continues his fine pitching performance. Boy, talk about turning the season around. Remember, early in the year, Ronnie, he was giving up home runs and he was getting hit hard. He's turned it around.
He was like a home run machine early. He just could not find the corners of the plate.
You know, we've talked about it a lot this year, how 2012 in many ways is a season of discovery for the Mets, to discover who's going to be part of their future. And when the year began, we were talking about people like Davis and Duda and Tejada, and trying to figure out who the pieces were going forward that would be part of a winning program. I don't think anybody was talking about Jeremy Hefner as part of that discovery process. Prado hits one in the air to deep left field. Back goes Brown to the warning track, back near the wall, and it's out of here. Martin Prado ties the game with his 7th home run of the year. So Prado, who doubled earlier in the game, gets the Diamondbacks on the board, and it's 1-1 in the 7th.
Well, this pitch is upstairs. Prado's a high ball hitter. This ball might have been out of strike zone. Yes, it was. He tomahawked it.
On a pitch Recker was calling for down, it was up.
I guess there's nothing worse than praising Hefner and he makes one mistake right in the middle of talking about him. But you know, the one thing that impressed me about Hefner, guys, over the last couple of seasons, and it was last year also, is his ability to rebound from some games that have been just about as bad a game as you can have as a starting pitcher. I'm talking about not getting an out in the first inning, giving up 7, 8, 9 runs in an inning. And he's come back, and a lot of guys hang their head. He has never.
Gorius pulls it to the right side. Young makes a nice stop and spins and throws him out. So 2 out and nobody on. Well, Hefner gave up 7 home runs in his first 4 appearances this year. In his next 13 appearances, including tonight, he's given up 6 home runs. So it's a huge improvement, but that doesn't make him feel any better right now at not giving up the tying home run to Prado. So that'll probably keep Corbin in the game. He might have batted anyway, but it certainly makes the call easier for Kirk Gibson with his team now tied. Corbin has struck out and fly to center 0 for 2. Grew up in Clay, New York, where his favorite baseball player was Tino Martinez.
Oh. He didn't even play till his junior year, and they say when he went out for the team, he didn't really know how to do it. He went in blue jeans and a t-shirt, and the coach said, "Well, what position do you play?" He said, "Well, I kind of like to pitch." I said, "Okay, go out there and pitch." Next thing you know, his senior year, 14-0.
So it worked out, is what you said.
Yeah.
Hefner strikes him out to end the inning. 5th strikeout for Hefner, but the Diamondbacks get even. Martin Prado, the former Brave, with his 7th home run of the season. And it's a 1-1 ball game at rainy Citi Field at the 7th inning stretch. Is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com.
Whoa.
Yeah,
That's not good. Getting a bit damp.
Getting puddly on that infield. The grounds crew has been out between innings, putting Diamond Dry on the infield, and it has been soaked up already. It gives you an idea just how hard it's raining.
To me, it looks like third and first base are the worst, especially down the lines.
Part of the batting order for the Mets in the 7th, Wright, Bird, and Satin. After Lagares doubled with 2 out in the 6th, was thrown out trying to stretch it into a triple. Wright with a late swing fouls it off. 0-1. David tonight has grounded to second and flied to center 0 for 2.
David fouling that into the stands.
Drives that one foul, and it's 0-2.
I say it all the time. If you have small children at the ballpark, please sit them behind you, not in front of you. Please.
Corbin working quickly in the rain, ahead 1-2, and he misses outside. Marlon Byrd waits on deck. Everybody armed with a towel in that on-deck circle. Essential piece of equipment right now. And a full count to Wright. It's only the second 3-ball count that Corbin has run tonight. He has not walked about it, struck out 4, allowed a run on 3 hits. Now the 3-2, and David hits it toward the middle, of base hit. So the Mets have their 4th hit off Corbin. And again, it makes that last out of the 6th inning look that much bigger.
Just a terrific at bat by David Wright right there, let me tell you.
Here's Marlon Byrd with the go-ahead run at first, and nobody out. He has struck out and line to left tonight. In Cincinnati, Homer Bailey has held the Giants without a hit for the first 6 innings.
He had a no-no last year, right?
Cincinnati 1, San Francisco nothing in the middle of the 6th. But rough going for the world champions. They're 4 games under 500 and a half game out of last place.
Bird drives one to the gap in left center field. That's a base hit. Right on his way to third as Pollock cuts it off. Wright will be held up at third base. Bird pulls into second, and the Mets have 2 in scoring position with nobody out. 14th double of the year for Marlon Byrd.
Well, the 2 veterans get this thing rolling here in the bottom of the 7th. Terrific at bat by David, and Marlon Byrd, as usual, we talked earlier, not wasting any time jumping on that pitch.
You know, there was a time when the Mets offense was get some people on before in front of Murphy and Wright. Now it's get them on in front of Murphy and Byrd. Wright and Byrd.
So now a chance for Josh Satin to untie this game. Satin has flied out and struck out. Kirk Gibson will have to bring his infield in. It's late enough in the ball game that you might anyway, but you have to with the rain falling. You never know when this game might end.
My feeling is Josh is going to shoot right for the right center field gap. Infield in.
Corbin works him inside, ball 1. By the way, that game Homer Bailey is pitching perfect through 6. Andrew Brown, last night's hero, on deck.
And Satin hits it toward left center field. Pollock ranging over, diving, and he did not make the catch. Wright comes in to score. Byrd will stop at third. Satin pulls in with a double, and the Mets go in front 2-1. Josh Satin comes through again, and the Mets have the lead right back.
So coming inside here, Pollock gets here. And how many balls have we seen off the heels of the outfielders Mets in this series? This is the 3rd one right here. It's not off. It's off the. Oh, you couldn't call that the heel. That's where the thumb is.
It's almost like KT overdove it, didn't get his glove completely open, and the ball hit off the leather. One knows what it must be like to dive through that rain.
Well, Patrick Corbin this year, despite all his success, has had trouble the 3rd time around the batting order. That's 4 straight hits now. 2nd and 3rd, still nobody out. And now Andrew Brown takes high, ball 1. Brown has singled to right and fly deep to center, 1 for 2.
And you're wondering on a double why Marlon Byrd did not score in that ball. And Marlon did the right thing. They catches that ball on the dive. He can advance to third base. Remember, there's nobody out in this inning. So Satin just continues to swing the bat, pitched him inside, running 2-2 with both pitches inside.
He's hit so many balls to right center. Center fielder Pollock was playing him that way. That made the difference.
Jeremy Hefner now has the lead back after giving up the home run to Prado in the top of the inning to tie the game. And now Corbin in danger of falling even further behind. The infield in, 2nd and 3rd, and nobody out. And Brown, who drove in 2 runs with a base hit in the 13th inning last night, takes ball 2.
Yep, same situation, 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and the same defense in, and also the outfield and shaded to the opposite field.
Well, that infield is awfully shiny. Not what you like to see. And sails outside, the changeup from Corbin, 3-1.
So hard right now if you see the rain. That's what you're talking about in the infield, Gary. That's at first base. Here's third base down the lines.
These are conditions where in the past it was routine for umpires to stop the game, but the parameters have changed. The need to get these games in because of these 1-visit series where teams don't come back. They're told get the games in any way you can. Cold foul, and it's not necessarily to the advantage of the game itself.
Well, what happens in today's game that did not happen 30 years ago is the outfield would be a lake by now. Right. But the outfields now are so great at drainage it doesn't even look like it's wet in the outfield. Problem for Corbin, though, it's really hard to throw your breaking pitches when it's raining this hard.
3-2 to Brown with Recker on deck. And he walked him, and the bases are loaded. First walk of the night issued by Corbin. 5 straight Mets have reached base. Charles Nagy on the phone.
You're beginning to wonder now with Corbin struggling and there for his first walk, the umpires might be concerned that this conditions are affecting Corbin's ability to perform.
Nagy's trying to figure out on the phone who to bring in. How about Noah?
Well, they're going to put more diamond dry around the mound at home plate, but the bigger concern appears to be, at least with the naked eye, appears to be the infield. I mean, there is a huge puddle behind first base. Look at that. That's not a condition that Major League Baseball should be played in.
That's where you need to put some of these the diamond dry.
It doesn't matter what you put on there now.
I mean, no one's going to be right there where they're pouring at home plate. First base is atrocious.
And they're going to put the tarp on the field.
Yeah. Yep.
So they finally decide, after playing for nearly an hour in dreadful conditions, to cover the field at 8:54 p.m. The Mets have scored to take the lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. So it is an official game, with the Mets up 2-1. Had the Mets not scored here in the bottom of the 7th, and the Diamondbacks had tied the game in the top, then you might be looking at a suspended game. But because the Mets have gone back in front in the bottom of the inning, it would not be a suspended game if play cannot resume.
Bases loaded, nobody out for the Mets. Tim Wilkie trying to explain his decision to Kirk Gibson. And then this is what happens with the players. They don't always know the rules, so they're trying to figure out, are we in a good place?
The problem is the rules have changed.
Yes.
Now they've reintroduced this reverting back to the last inning situation, but that only applies in the last meeting of the season between the two teams, where if you don't complete an inning, it can revert, which is something they had gotten out of the rule book 40 years ago. But again, because of the way the schedule is set up now, because you have so many series like this one where a team only comes in one time, they've had to basically change the rules and make them worse about the way these games are handled.
And this tarp is going over a drenched field.
Right, which only means it'll take that much longer to fix it if they are able to uncover it and resume play.
I've never seen a season like this. In playing, broadcasting, I've never seen it. Every game, if it's not rained out, there's the threat of it being rained out.
Well, it's interesting because when the game began tonight, we checked the forecast for the rest of the evening, and they were saying no rain till after midnight, but apparently the forecast was wrong.
It was supposed to rain all day yesterday, and it got a 5.5-hour game in. Who knows?
So the Mets have a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. We are in a rain delay now at Citi Field. We'll come back with more in just a moment. following this rain delay that has lasted for about an hour and 40 minutes.
Well, he pitched in last night's game. He went to the bullpen, got loose, then came out, and there was another short delay as the ground crew just finished what they were doing, and now finally starting to get his warm-up tosses in as LaTroy Hawkins are getting loose.
As you can see, it is still raining lightly, but not heavy enough to cause us to be delayed any further. So as Ziegler throws in his warm-up pitch, is Anthony Recker, who opened the scoring tonight with a home run in the 5th inning off Corbin, now gets a chance to break this game open. The Mets have scored a run here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nobody out, bases loaded. They have a 2-1 lead. Marlon Byrd, who doubled, is at third. Josh Satin, who doubled, is at second. And Andrew Brown, who walked, is at first. And Recker with a chance to do some serious damage here with the bases loaded and nobody out against Ziegler, who last night pitched 2/3 of an inning, allowed a run on 2 hits, gave up base hits to David Wright and Marlon Byrd in the 6th inning and 7th inning of that game.
And I believe the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to play the infield in here. And it looks like they are. They're going to try to cut off the lead run.
Well, when Ziegler's right, he's a ground ball specialist.
So after a rain delay of a little over an hour and 40 minutes, we are set to resume. The infield in for the Diamondbacks. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Ziegler working to Anthony Recker, and he misses well outside with the first pitch. Officially 1 hour and 41 minutes on the rain delay. Omar Quintanilla waiting on deck. The pitcher's spot behind him, and the Mets will undoubtedly be batting for Jeremy Hefner with LaTroy Hawkins up in the bullpen. And that's well outside, almost to the backstop. And Ziegler quickly behind 2-0.
Not even close here, missing fastballs away. And now Recker has got himself in a nice count.
Jeremy Hefner did another tremendous job tonight. 7 innings, allowed just 1 run and 4 hits, and stands to be the winner if the Mets can hang on to this lead. Looking to build on it here. And Recker hits it through the hole, a base hit. That brings in Byrd. Satin will be stopped at third. Anthony Recker with his 2nd RBI of the night, and it's 3-1 New York. So the Mets just keep on raking after the rain delay.
Well, sorry, Ronnie. 2-0 count right here. Sinker right down the middle. Anytime a pitcher has the bases loaded and he gets behind 2-0, you're in the catbird seat.
Yep.
So going back to the 6th inning now, 6 straight Mets have reached base. Remember, Lagares had a double, got thrown out trying to stretch to third to end the 6th. And then here in the 7th, Wright singled, Byrd doubled, Satin doubled in a run, Brown walked, and after the rain delay now Recker is singled. The infield stays in for Omar Quintanilla, and Ziegler again falls behind 1-0. Quintanilla is 0 for 2 tonight after a 3-hit night last night. Satin at third, Brown at 2nd, and Recker at first with nobody out. And Quintanilla takes outside 2-0. Let's check in with Kevin.
Quintanilla 280 with runners in scoring position as a Met, 7 RBIs. I asked him his mindset. He said, you know, for me, I go up like there's no one on base. I just try to go up there, square the ball up. I think as a unit we tend to put more pressure on ourselves, but I just like to think of it like no one's on base in these situations.
Ziegler behind 2-0, and Quintanilla tops one foul off his foot. 2-1. Daniel Murphy out on deck to bat for Jeremy Hefner. Patrick Corbin, who last threw a pitch 100+ minutes ago, still responsible for 2 men on base. Corbin has not lost a game this year. 9 wins. He's had 5 straight no decisions. The Mets are trying to hand him his first loss. You see Hefner's line there. Pulled down to first. That's a fair ball down the line. Satin is in. Brown will score right behind him. All the way to third goes Recker. A 2-run single for Omar Quintanilla. And the Mets have scored 4 times here in the bottom of the 7th inning and now lead it 5-1.
Falling behind again. There's your got to throw a strike. And upstairs, Quintanilla pulls it right down the line. The infield drawn in. And this kind of blows the game wide open here. It's now nobody out, first and third. Mets still can pour it on here. And know what? This is sweet for Jeremy Hefner, guys. You know, he's lost some tough ball games, hasn't had support. He's thrown such a great game today. Looks like he's going to chance to be a William in the paper tomorrow.
The book is now closed on Patrick Corbin. He's charged with 5 runs and 6 hits over 6 innings plus. Will Harris quickly up in the Diamondbacks bullpen. Now Daniel Murphy will be the pinch hitter batting for Hefner. Still nobody out in the inning. And runners at the corners for Murphy, who was held out of the lineup tonight against the left-hander Corbin. Murphy went 1 for 7 last night. He's got a 6-game hitting streak going, but Terry Collins said, like many of the Mets, with the schedule over these last couple of weeks, Murphy's wearing down a tad and wanted to give him a night off. Now, if the Mets can get one more run in this inning, they will do something they have not done since April the 24th, and that is score more than 5 runs in a home game. They've gone 30 consecutive home games without scoring more than 5 runs.
The odds are in their favor.
Ziegler really struggling behind 2-0, and Murphy fouls off a pitch on his hands. Just to put that in perspective, that 30-game streak of not scoring more than 5 runs ties a National League record. No team's ever had a longer streak in the National League. The only team that's had a longer streak in the American League, the 1969 Angels, they went 37 straight home games without scoring more than 5. Two and 1 to Murphy. And he grounds one down to first. Goldschmidt's coming home with it. And the tag on Recker for the first out of the inning.
I tell you what, that was a la-di-da tag right there. I'd like to see that again. Nice play by Goldschmidt here on the backhand. Comes up throwing. Let's see this tag. No, he's out. That's still a la-di-da tag, I'm telling you.
Was la-di-da.
Did he tag him before he crossed the plate?
That's what I'm asking. He's safe. How about that?
Certainly awfully close to being safe if he's not. No tag yet.
No foot on the base.
No tag. He's safe.
Yep. Wow, that's just not a nice tag at all.
Eric Young shoots one down the left field line. That's a base hit. That'll get the 6th run home. Quintanilla scores. Here comes Murphy. He's trying to score, and he will. It's 7-1 New York. Eric Young doubles home a pair. And the Mets have put together a 6-run bottom of the 7th and lead 7-1.
Well, happy days are here again. Nice hitting right there, and Ziegler just coming in, just putting a little gasoline on the flames here.
Murphy coming around all the way from first. They might have had a shot at him, but Gregorius bobbled the relay. And the Mets have their biggest inning of the season, their first 6-run inning of the year, and still only 1 out.
And that's going to be all for Ziegler, who's just been torched.
Well, Ziegler faced 4 batters, gave up 3 hits. The Mets now with a 6-run lead. And hard-throwing Will Harris will be coming on to replace Ziegler, who did not fare well. Had to warm up, had to wait for the batter's box lines to go down, and after warming up again, couldn't get anybody out. So the Diamondbacks make a pitching change. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. 7-1 Mets in the 7th. 3 hits, still responsible for another runner on base. And Will Harris will try and bail him out. Juan Lagares the batter, and he takes a strike.
Going to see Patrick Corbin's line tomorrow and not believe it if you watch this ball game.
Whoa. Harris is the only guy that did not pitch in last night's game for the Diamondbacks.
He had pitched 3 days in a row before that. Breaking ball hit to the right side, and Goldschmidt can't get there. Base hit. Young around third. He'll come in to score the 7th run of the inning. Juan Lagares drives it home, and it's 8-1.
Well, this is just not being ready in the field by Goldschmidt. This was a poor effort. He quit on this ball. He should have had it. Look at this. Just a late break on his heels. Wow.
Got stuck in the mud.
Any chance of traction? Just no traction there, or got to give it maybe a courtesy dive?
Somewhere in the swamps of Jersey. So David Wright, who led off this inning with a base hit, now comes up again with 7 runs already in, still only 1 out. And Harris throws a letter high strike.
And that does close the book on Ziegler, and it's not going to be very pretty.
3 runs, 3 hits, and a third of an inning for Ziegler. Corbin got charged with 5. That's the most runs he's allowed in a game this season. And a good hack by Wright, and he fouls it back. 0-2. Mets have 7 runs on 7 hits in the 7th inning. That, my friends, on a slot machine will get you a lot of ching, ching, ching.
This is just a nightmare road trip for the Diamondbacks. They started out in Washington, lost 2 out of 3, got swept in Atlanta. And it looks like they're going to be on the losing side of the first 2 games of this series here in Citi Field.
The bells and whistles will go off, but you don't get any ching, ching, ching. You just get a script, Gary.
Harris having trouble with his curveball. 2-2. Well, LaTroy Hawkins will pick up for the Mets in the 8th inning. Jeremy Hefner, who has had trouble getting enough support to win this year, getting plenty of it here after leaving the game with a rain delay. And Wright takes that breaking ball down. 3-2. Well, you have to be awfully impressed with what the Mets have gotten from Jeremy Hefner. One of the absolute bright spots for the Mets this year, despite his 1-loss record. Wright pulls it down to third. Prado on the backhand, out at second, and Lagares makes sure that Hill can't make a relay throw, so the inning continues.
Well, good tough slide right here. Let's see the feed. It's like his footing kind of slipped right there. Still, it's a good feed. Just nice hustle by Lagares. And that's why that does not turn.
So Marlon Byrd will be the 11th man up in the inning. He doubled to left center before the rain delay in this inning. Mets had just 1 run on 3 hits through 6. 7 runs and 7 hits in this inning.
Hefner's great pitching has come after devastation in his hometown. He's made Oklahomans proud, hasn't he?
Now Harris ahead on Byrd 0-2, and he hits one toward the middle of the diamond. Gregorius able to field it cleanly, and the inning finally comes to a close. An inning that lasted almost 2 hours, and the Mets score 7 runs, their biggest inning in 2 years, and they take an 8-1 lead into the 8th. Pinch hit, stays in the game at second base. Eric Young moves from second base to left field. And LaTroy Hawkins will pitch in the top of the 8th. He'll go in the 6th spot in the batting order.
Well, Hawk just passed Cy Young in appearances as he keeps adding on here in his 36th game.
It's his 907th career appearance, 22nd now on the all-time list. Anytime he passed Cy Young, that's a major accomplishment.
Yeah, right.
A.J. Pollock leads off in the top of the 8th and takes a strike. LaTroy pitched last night, worked an inning, allowed no runs and 1 hit, struck out a pair. That was in the 9th. Chaz Rowe, who made his major league debut last night, getting ready in the Diamondbacks bullpen. Bounced slowly, right hurries in, and gets the speedy Pollock by half a stride, 1 away. So 1 out and nobody on. Well, if you were with us before the rain delay, you heard our AT&T trivia question. We're going to get about to the answer now. Steve Sax, 1982 NL Rookie of the Year. 4th straight Dodger to win. Who were the other 3? And there they are. Rick Sutcliffe won 17 games in 1979. Steve House saved 17 games in 1980. And in a strike-shortened year in 1981, Fernando Valenzuela was the greatest sensation. And then there was Sax.
Sax, who played on the Dodgers with his brother, Dave Sax, who was a catcher. Sutcliffe, after that rookie year, paid a visit to Tommy Lasorda's office, and he got shipped over to Cleveland.
Steve Sax was a terrific player, but there were times when the folks in the seats behind first base had to worry about their health. Quintanilla throws out Aaron Hill for the 2nd out. Quickly, Hawkins has 2 out in the 8th.
When did he develop that? Later in his career? Or?
Mid-career.
Yeah, mid-career?
Yeah. Much like Chuck Knobloch.
Yeah,
very similar.
Right.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Paul Goldschmidt, 0 for 3, robbed of a base hit on a beautiful diving grab of a line drive by David Wright in the 6th inning. Well, another terrific outing for Jeremy Hefner. 7 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 2 walks, 1 intentional, 5 strikeouts, a home run. In line for his 3rd win of the year, and Hefner's ERA now through 17 appearances, 3.54. And you would have signed up for that big time before the year began. And when you take into account how poorly he began the year, it's rather extraordinary what Hefner has accomplished. Would not have even been in the Mets rotation had it not been for Johan Santana going down in spring training.
Well, when the talk started about Zach Wheeler coming to the major leagues, both G and Hefner turned it up a notch.
Drilled to center field. Lagares coming on, and he has to knock it down. And Goldschmidt has a base hit. So a 2-out single for Goldschmidt.
Another nice effort by Lagares. And you certainly don't want this ball to get by you, even though it's 8-1. Oh, did I get him in under the chin there on that rebound off his glove? Oh,
smackaroo.
No, that's not good.
There he is, rubbing it.
Get that man a little ice. So 2 out and a runner at first. Here's Miguel Montero, who hit a fly ball to left center that Lagares lost in the wind for a double in the 6th inning. At the time, it was raining awfully hard. And Montero fouls it back, but Jeremy Hefner was able to work through that jam as he and Corbin got involved in a terrific pitcher's duel. Mets took the lead on an Anthony Recker home run in the bottom of the 5th. The Diamondbacks tied it on a home run by Martin Prado in the top of the 7th. The Mets regained the lead in the bottom of the 7th, 2-1 before the rain delay, and then tacked on 6 more after the rain ceased.
Hey, listen, when you're a starting pitcher, your line is your line, but you're not going to leave here tonight not thinking that Patrick Corbin is not one of the bright young left-handed starters in the game.
Well, unless the Diamondbacks have a huge rally in them, Corbin will suffer his first loss of the season. And I think it's pretty easy to say this. If you're a starting pitcher and you've been pitching since the start of the season and your first loss comes in July,
yeah,
you're having a pretty good year.
That's good stuff, yeah.
2-1 to Montero. And Hawkins misses away. 3 balls and a strike. Full count. Well, the Diamondbacks have now gone 23 straight starts without a win. It'll be 24 after tonight.
Yeah.
And that's got to be awfully troubling for Kirk Gibson. Just put a starting pitcher, Trevor Cahill, on the disabled list yesterday. Tomorrow Randall Delgado goes. He's yet to get a win. Ian Kennedy, who won 20 games 2 years ago, pitches on Thursday. He has really struggled. Corbin had been really their only hot guy. 3-2 to Montero, and he grounds one toward first. A fair ball for Satin to handle, and that retires the side. So a scoreless inning for LaTroy Hawkins. We go to the bottom of the 8th, 8-1 New York. Brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Is it all people not catching the ball tonight on the super slow-mo? Double switch for the Diamondbacks. Eric Chavez comes in to play first base. He'll bat ninth, and Chaz Rowe, who made his major league debut yesterday and looked good, will come on to pitch for the Diamondbacks.
Scoreboard's got it wrong again.
Josh Satin will lead off for the Mets in the home 8th inning. Kirk Neuenhuis on deck to bat for the pitcher behind him. Brandon Lyon up in the Mets bullpen. If you missed it earlier, the Mets made a move with their bullpen today. They called up Gonzalez Hermin, 25-year-old Dominican who had been pitching at Las Vegas. So the Mets have an extra bullpen arm. Zach Lutz got optioned down to Las Vegas. Satin gave the Mets the lead with an RBI double in the 7th inning, broke up a 1-1 tie, and set the stage for a 7-run inning. So Satin continues to shine. He now has an 8-game hitting streak going. Here's your Kia Mets box score. Mets putting up that 7-run 7th. Eric Young drove in a pair in that inning. Omar Quintanilla drove in a pair. Mets with 7 runs and 7 hits in that 7th inning. And as Satin continues to hold down first base, the shadow first baseman at Las Vegas continues to draw attention. Ike Davis hit a 2-run homer in the 1st inning tonight for the Las Vegas 51s. So it's going to present some very intriguing decision making for Sandy Alderson to try and decide at what point Ike is ready to come back. And again, we've talked about it a lot. The Mets have been facing an unusual number of left-handed pitching. That ends after tonight. Three and 1 to Satin, leading off the inning, and he flies one foul down the right field side. Now the Diamondbacks came into the day still in first place in the National League West, despite being just 2 games over 500. The Dodgers, who have been advancing quickly, began the day in last place. They're up 7-0 in the 9th inning at Colorado. If the Dodgers win and the Diamondbacks lose, LA will be 2.5 games out of first place.
2.5 games out of first place. And with a 39-43 record.
Kershaw trying to spin a shutout in Colorado.
Ball 4 and Satin's on base for the 2nd time. I mean, the Dodgers were so bad for the first couple of months, and they could be in first place by the All-Star break, the way things are going. And, you know, you can't help but think that Yasiel Puig for the Dodgers, much as Mike Trout did last year for the Angels, has done an enormous amount to turn that around. Of course, he hasn't been the only one. Hanley Ramirez all of a sudden has gotten extraordinarily hot. Here's Neuenhuis to pinch hit for LaTroy Hawkins. Kirk struck out as a pinch hitter last night. Anthony Recker is already at a big night at the plate, is behind him. Mets now with 8 runs and 10 hits. The Diamondbacks 1 run, 5 hits. And there's a strike, 1-1.
Tough, isn't it? Rowe, last night's game, threw 32 pitches. Back out here tonight.
Hit sharply, base hit for Neuenhuis. Satin pulls in at second. So Kirk Neuenhuis, who has struggled when he has played, but has done a pretty good job as a pinch hitter, picks up another one.
Fastball inner half, where he's had trouble getting that barrel out in front, does it there.
Kirk is now 5 for 13 as a pinch hitter. That's .385.
The only reason I bring up the relief pitchers' pitches because there's so much noise about starting pitchers and their pitch count. And you know what? Really, no one cares how many pitches the relief pitchers throw. They'll throw them out there night after night after night.
So here's Recker with 2 on and nobody out. And why do you think that is? Is it because they're not perceived as being as valuable, being more interchangeable and disposable?
Unless they're the 8th inning man or the closer, they're interchangeable.
Well,
if they pitch too much, they send them down and get another arm.
Hey, when you go through a stretch like this in the middle of the year and your bullpen's being taxed, they'll pull up an arm and they'll use it.
My only complaint is that, again, you're trying to put your people in a position to do their best. The guy's thrown 32 pitches the night before, and he has a rough inning tonight. How do you judge that?
Recker hits it sharply. Gregorius with a nice grab. Hill turns it, and they get the double play.
Well, Gregorius really showing off his glove there to start the 6-4-3 double play.
Well, Gregorius, the first time I've seen him play, he's made all the plays at shortstop. Up hop here, beautiful recovery, nice backhand feed. Turns a potential base hit into a tailor-made double play.
How about the runner in the way?
Very nice.
So 2 on the runner at third for Omar Quintanilla, who had a 2-run single in the Mets' 7-run 7th. 1 for 3 on the night. And And that one goes off the bat, a foul ball. He was just trying to get out of the way.
Did that go off the knob of the bat? No.
Rain in 2013.
Rain, go away. Come again some other day.
I'd have to wait till next year for that.
Yeah, right.
To his right is Hill, but he can't smother it, and that brings in a run. Quintanilla gets the run in. Satin comes in to score to make it 9-1 New York. Another RBI for Quintanilla, his third of the night.
Well, not showing a whole lot of range. I know it's a wet track out there. Goldschmidt didn't make a play to his right. Hill here just out of his reach. Soggy field. Not getting good traction.
Hill, a second baseman, known far more for his bat than for his glove. So Josh Satin walks to start the inning and comes in to score the run. And now Daniel Murphy up for the second time. By the way, last night the Mets struggled so mightily through much of the night to drive in runs. They had 20 runners left on base. Tonight the Mets are 6 for 8 with runners in scoring position. And Murphy hits it in the air to right center. Cody Ross ranging over. And that retires the side, but not before the Mets tack on a run. Take it to the ninth, leading 9-1. They're built in this series, presumably. The Mets will have Matt Harvey on the mound for Game 3. Randall Delgado goes for the D-backs. 6 o'clock the coverage tomorrow night, right here on SNY. Brandon Lyon will try and close it out for the Mets, trying to bounce back from a disaster 2 days ago.
Yeah, gave up 6 runs in that game, and probably one of the worst outings of his career. So bounce back.
Cody Ross hits the first pitch in the air to right field. Marlon Byrd is there to grab it, and that's exactly what Terry Collins said he wanted out of Lyon, to try and get some quick results instead of working deep counts. Coming up tonight on Geico Sports Night after the post game, basketball, the Aaron Hernandez saga, baseball as well. Geico Sports Night after the post game right here on SNY. Now Jason Kubel, who's gone 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. Jeremy Hefner went the first 7, allowed a run on 4 hits, in line for his third win. LaTroy Hawkins a scoreless 8th, and now Lyon trying to finish things off. And Kubel takes one at the knees for a strike. Now, Lyon had an outing for the ages in a bad way on Sunday against Washington. Pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up 5 hits, all for extra bases. Was the first pitcher in Mets history to have an outing of an inning or less and give up 5 extra base hits. It's the kind of history you hate to make. The Mets have short-circuited some history tonight. For the first time in 31 home games, they've scored more than 5 runs. This has been a tough place for the Mets to score, but not tonight. It's the most runs they've scored at home since opening day against the Padres when they won 11-2. Martin Prado on deck. 1-2 from Lyon to Kubel. And he just missed. 2-2. Well, whither the Diamondbacks, who have been in first place since May the 18th. They're about to lose for the 8th time in their last 9 games. Are they the team that rocketed to the lead, or the team that has stumbled over these last few weeks?
Well, we've spent almost half the year now traveling and watching teams come here to Citi Field, and I don't know, there's a lot of teams with a lot of flaws so far, even the ones that are atop their division.
Too high, ball 4, and Kubel's on with a 1-out walk.
See, tell me how you don't give away an at-bat here if you're a Diamondback. I mean,
well, it just takes a certain tenacious kind of personality. It's a tough one.
Yeah, right?
These are the tough games right here, the tough at-bats. It's wet. I never liked rain delays, and you gotta. It feels like you're just starting in low gear, you know.
Well, they're certainly at a low ebb right now.
It's been a terrible road trip for this team. Only 1 win.
Just got swept in Atlanta before coming here. Well, Prado has his 3rd hit of the game. Nearly took out the second base umpire, Tim Welke, who was able to get out of the way. So Prado has 3 of the Diamondbacks' 6 hits, a double, a home run, and now a single. And Welke with good evasive maneuvers.
Yes. He's saying to himself, "You got to be kidding me! Now, come on."
So 2 aboard with 1 out, and now DJ Gregorius. Hey, now it's nice bounce back for David Price tonight off the DL. 7 scoreless innings, 10 strikeouts for the Rays as they shut out the Astros tonight 8-0.
Didn't they beat up on Houston last night also with Matt Moore?
It was 12-0 last night.
Oh.
That's 20-0 in 2 games against an Astros team that for a while was playing a lot better. We're looking at the stats today. You know, Chris Carter, the big first baseman for the Astros, 113 strikeouts going into tonight.
We'll take a shot at Mark Reynolds' record.
Gregorius 0 for 2 and a walk. And he lifts one foul into the diminishing crowd, and it's 0-2. Well, last night the game ended at 12:24 a.m. and we had a dedicated cadre of fans on hand at the end. This one might not end quite as late, but again, after an hour and 41-minute rain delay, down to the Hardy few. Strike 3 call. Lyon paints the inside corner, 2 men down.
Oh, that's a little slider that he has just been missing off the corner. Tight, right in that inside corner. Good job by Recker with the frame.
Now Eric Chavez, who came into the double switch last inning. Chavez started at 3rd base last night, went 1 for 6. With the Diamondbacks down to their final out, down 9-1, 2 out and 2 on. And Chavez pops it up. Right retreating, Young coming in, and it's Quintanilla who makes the grab in fair territory, and the ball game is over. The Mets put together their biggest inning of the year, scoring 7 in the 7th, around 101-minute rain delay. Jeremy Hefner, 7 terrific innings, and the Mets have taken the first 2 from the Diamondbacks, winning tonight 9-1.
Well, I can't say enough about Jeremy Hefner and the way he has just completely turned around his season. And Mex, nice offense by the Mets tonight.
Well, the Mighty Mites again do it again. Satin 1 for 3, 2-run score and RBI. Recker, very rare start for him, hit a solo home run. Also had 2 hits, 2 RBIs. Quintanilla also with 2 ribeye steaks.
There's your City game summary as the Mets win it 9-1, their 11th win in their last 17 games. And for every Mets win, the Mets Foundation is proud to contribute $2,500 to the Cats Women's Hospital and the Cats Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northshorelij.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to $85,000. Mets with their biggest inning of the year. 9 runs at home. It's been a while. We'll come back with more in just a moment.